I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Rat. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression, or the worst suicidal patterns, or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
KAILASA, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu God Paramashiva is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, KAILASA, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of KAILASA, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva, as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of KAILASA. He began reviving KAILASA from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. KAILASA that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. KAILASA has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
Purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive, that science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? KAILASA is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this KAILASA mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, KAILASA, by creating a model KAILASAs all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and KAILASA of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, KAILASA stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. Absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailasians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed me a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. Since 1994 up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. KAILASA is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Conscious woman or man, be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। Nityananda everyone. KAILASA National Security Agency would like to have some mandatory security measures. Please be aware of all that. Please be aware of all the important cautions. We welcome all the KAILAS Vasis attending from the KAILASA monasteries, gurukuls, temples, ashrams, and centers from around the world. We welcome all the Facebook, Instagram, NTV, KAILASA TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, YouTube viewers, and all those blessed to have Nana Diksha to a video conferencing, who are joining us for today's sacred spiritual program, the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. We'll start the session with a brief introduction of Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. She is the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti, and it is her cosmic the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source of Big Bang and the black holes. Parashakti is the divine consort of Paramashiva, who is the primordial god of Hinduism. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that the first and foremost relationship is mother. The ability to learn, even the idea to relate starts with the mother. Mother is an important way to connect with what we think as the life. In Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware that our ability to connect with the mother should be directed to the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken our higher consciousness. It should inspire our higher consciousness to express through us. Connecting with life as the mother, the most sweetest, most beautiful, most easiest form ever to connect. Today, out of his extreme compassion and love, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. We'll look into the introduction of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Samadhi means being one with the source, and bhava means attitude or aspects. Bhava samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being. As just seeing such a being can cleanse the karma of lifetime and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the most powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan, just as the sun continuously radiates the light. The auspicious moment when you are able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on your being. The science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The divine cosmic beings are real and they manifest from KAILASA, the enlightened time-space zone, through the deities and incarnations. The divine cosmic beings manifest through Archavatara, deities in the temple, and through Bhava Samadhi Darshan, in the Nijavataras. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatara manifesting Paramashiva, the supreme consciousness. Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as a Nijavatara, the physical form, Devi Meenakshi. The Archavatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation of the superconscious energy, but the human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatara directly. And for this reason, the avatar, the physically embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create the experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. Bhava Samadhi awakens our Kundalini Shakti, which is latent potential energy in every human being. During the darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of the conscious energy that heal, empower, and transform our life. During Bhava Samadhi darshan, our neurons mirror that of the incarnation. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or the informations of the avatar just by seeing. Akashic readings. So these are the readings from the cosmic archive. Akashic readings are not the predictions, it is the reading from the cosmic archives. Beyond the time, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. Because Akashic records are stored in Akasa, the space dimension, there is no past, no present, no future. And that is why what we call as happening, yet to happen, are clearly already recorded. So now we'll look into the brief introduction of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism after a short break. Please stay tuned.
I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious is woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious And that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most.
Nithyananda everyone, welcome back to the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. So we'll start with a brief introduction of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga and temple-based university a lifestyle for humanity. Now we look into the various coronations of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Before the year of 1981, he was identified as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva by the spiritual adepts and the enlightened masters of Hinduism. In the year of 1981, he was initiated into the Bala Sannyas and Chaturmasya at the age of 3. And in the year of 1988, he was coronated as the future Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tondai Mandaladinam, the oldest monastic university. In the year of 1994, he was appointed as the successor of Arunachala Sravanyapitham by the Guru Parampara, and in the year 1999, he founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive Kailasas internationally. In the year 1999, he was coronated as the successor of the Kashi Sravanyapitham. So here you can see the Guru Parampara pictures of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here in the pictures, you can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the age of 21 when he founded the Nithyananda mission. He founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive the Kailasas all around the globe. Here in the pictures, you can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the Kashi Sravanyapitham. In the year of 2002, he founded the Adi Kailasa Sravanyapitham. In the year 2004, he was declared as the successor of Bhagyanagara Sripura Sravanyapitham. In the year 2004, he was declared as the incumbent emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of Suryavamsa lineage. Here in the pictures, you can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing the Bhumi Puja and laying the foundation stone for building the Adi Kailasa Sravanyapitham. Here in the pictures, you can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the coronation ceremony of as the successor of Bhagyanagara Sripura Sravanyapitham. Here you can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with the previous kings of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of Suryavamsa lineage. In the year of 2007, he was declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adi Pallava Sravanyapitham. In the same year, he was declared as the Mahamandaleswar of Mahanirvani Akhara. In the year 2012, he was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Shyamala Pitha Sravanyapitham, the oldest Hindu papal state and the monastic kingdom. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the reviver of Adi Pallava Sravanyapitham. Here in the pictures, you can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing the Prana Pratishtha, the consecrations of the deities. In the year 2012, he was appointed as the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasanatha Shyamala Pitha Sravanyapitham. So in the left side pictures, you can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the coronation ceremony as the Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Adinam. And on the right side, you can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing the various rituals and worship at the Madurai Adinam or Kailasanatha Shyamala Pitha Sravanyapitham. In the year 2013, he was officially coronated as the Mahamandaleswar of Mahanirvani Akhara, which is the largest apex monastic order, and at that time he was the youngest Mahamandaleswar. In the year 2013, he was declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleswar of Atalakhara, which is the oldest monastic order in Hinduism by the Acharya Mahamandaleswar Sukhdevanandaji, the then incumbent spiritual head. In the year 2014, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tanjore Adinam. So here in the pictures, you can see the coronation ceremony of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhara, which is the largest apex monastic order. Here in the pictures, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing the various pujas and sevas, pujas and rituals at Tanjauradinam at the Guru Mahasannidhanam. In the year 2014, he was coronated at the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvaruradinam, and in the same year, he was also coronated at the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Vedaranyamadinam and the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Panchanadikulam. Here in the pictures, you can see the previous Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvaruradinam, and in these pictures, you can see Guru Mahasannidhanam of Vedaranyamadinam. In the year 2015, he was coronated at the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharmamukti Swargapuram. In the same year, he was coronated at the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipitha Koladamat. In the same year, 2015, he was also elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of 1,000 Hindu pontiffs. In the pictures, you can see the previous Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam. Here in the pictures, you can see the coronation ceremony of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipitha Koladamat at the age of 37. In the pictures, you can see the coronation ceremony of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the Supreme Pontiff by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu pontiffs. Now we look into the various global initiatives taken by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to revive the Kailasas internationally. 26 years of relentless humanitarian services, initiatives including the free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices through the various international agencies and the borders. He has authored 300 books, 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil and Sanskrit, that has been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books and articles has been sold, read and downloaded. He has established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million pound of scriptures and over 20 million digital books. He is revered as the most prolific, most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers of Hinduism. Over 10,000 hours of discourses, over 1 million views on the social media. He is also respected as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita and the Jaina Sutras. He is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader, acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personality by Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of KAILASA, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to the humanity. He has also established the largest Hindu university in the world with the satellite campuses in 150 countries. He is establisher of 1,000 plus KAILASA Enlightenment ecosystems. He is also the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvanyapithams. So with this, we come to the end of this part of Bhavasamadhi Darshan. After a short break, we'll move to the science of power manifestation. Please stay tuned.
I'm your guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes...
Nityananda everyone, welcome back to the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Now we'll look into the science of manifesting the extraordinary Shaktis. The Balasans, the Nityananda Yogis, the initiated disciples of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all the experiences and result of extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers awakened in us through the Diksha initiation. In today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiations into the third eye awakening and the various other powers with the blessings and the grace of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be manifesting the following powers: the power of third eye, and in that specifically the power of body scanning. Third eye, which is the cosmic browsing center located between the brows, which upon initiation one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye, just as you do with the two eyes. So what are these Shaktis? We'll give a brief introduction about the various powers. In the Vedagmas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest more than 463 powers. Manifesting powers are described as a system, method, and science for human beings to explore the various dimensions, various possibilities, powers, and have access to the various states of consciousness. The Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine and you need to manifest divine, and not that you are a man and you need to reach divine. Now we look into the fundamental difference between the Shaktis and the Siddhis. The Shakti expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and the high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are the powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. The Shakti of Paramashiva manifests through ordinary human being in an extraordinary way after initiations from the avatar. Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent, and they may divert you from the enlightenment. Paramashiva, who is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasa, all-pervading, unchanging, beyond time, space, form, and causality, the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence. He performs the Panchakritya, or the five cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Tirobhava, Anugraha. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, as the 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva, the reviver of KAILASA, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as the lifestyle. For the very first time in the modern day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting to the world at a record-breaking, never accomplished before. The knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha initiations by the enlightened Gurus. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation. From the disciplines of Vedanta Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and the Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken these powers in us? Every ultimate truth, when mapped into our consciousness, it manifested the possibility and power of every being.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarva samapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422.
So now we'll look into the 4 aspects of evidences that are used to authenticate this science of power manifestations. First of them is the Shastra Pramana, which is the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. Then the Apta Pramana, the experiences and result of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and the scientists who time tested and verified the science. The Atma Pramana, or the account of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar personal experience of power manifestation. The Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidences from the observations and the scientific experimentations. So Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus. Vedas are pure science, where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas together as Veda Agamas are given the status of Shruti. As they are directly revealed by Paramashiva, they are the ultimate eternal unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these Shastras or the source scriptures is called Shastra Pramana. So now we'll get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstrations of power of third eye. That is going to be the body scanning. So in this power of body scanning, one awakens to ability to scan illnesses, disease, medically diagnosed issues, and provide solutions through the awakened third eye. So first we'll look into the Shastra Pramana of this power of body scanning. The Shastra Pramana is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, where Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from subtle to subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body or of the whole universe simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in the source cause. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. Now, looking into the Apta Pramana, or the reference of power of body scanning from the life of a great Siddha. So Terayar, who was a great Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatyar, one day a man suffering from the severe headache comes to Agatyar for healing. Agatyar uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small Terai sitting in the person's brain. Agatyar immediately instructed Terayar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus he gained the name Terayar. The Atma Pramana, or from the life of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who tested and authenticated the science of power manifestation, specifically the power of body scanning. On the 22nd December 2019, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed how he uses the power of body scanning, paraphrasing his words. Only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery, and therefore for the medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used a diagnostic method instead of medical facilities to study the body conditions due to the poison. Through body scanning, I found out what the problem's imbalance had happened and where the balance has to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. So now here we have the Sakshi Pramana, the various people who started manifesting the power of body scanning after initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Conscious woman or man, be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide Your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. So now we'll look into the Divine Feminine Consciousness and its contribution to the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition is sacred feminine worship, even if everything from what Vedic tradition gave is lost. And just if this sacred feminine tradition is there, the whole thing can be revived because that is the seed. Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which has at least 10,000 sampradayas, if all the sampradayas are lost for some reason, and only this one sampradaya, the Devi worship, remains, the whole thing can be brought back because the whole thing is centered on this one, mother worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint, the hologram of the whole of the Vedic tradition. In the words of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that sacred feminine worship is the hologram of the Vedic tradition. There is no enlightened being on the planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including me. I am basically a Shakta. I myself followed Devi worship. From the beginning, if you see my biography and all the deities I carved, the darshans I had, all mother-based, Devi-based. So now we'll watch a short video where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism talks about the importance of women in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Let us listen to this video.
Hinduism is the most feministic religion, I tell you. In Hinduism, not just religion, even the Hindu economy, Hindu social system, everything is feminist. The women-centered, everything is feminist. When time comes, I'll try to reveal more details about it. How the women is the foundation of Hindu civilization. They formed the basis of Hindu civilization. Someone asked Ramakrishna when he was in deathbed. Literally, everyone knows that he is going to leave the body soon. I should not use the word deathbed for the great incarnations like him. They never die, but the time to leave their body. Everyone knows that he is going to leave the body. Close, sincere devotees of him, they come and ask him, Bhagavan, how can you leave the body so soon? Still, you have not trained enough people to continue your mission. Only few boys are trained and they are too young. He smiles and says, one woman is enough to carry my mission. She is already trained. Sharada Devi. She is trained enough. She will be the foundation from which this Ramakrishna Sampradaya, this whole civilization, revival will start. And that's true. It is she, Parashakti, Jagat Janani, Sharada Devi. She formed the foundation for this whole Ramakrishna Sampradaya to flower. I tell you, in Hindu civilization, spirituality, religion, Hindu economy, everything is centered on mother, on women.
Further, Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a great avatar who lived from 1836 to 1886, says Shiva is Brahman, but the Devi had the key to reach Brahman. Unless he opens, nobody can reach. Very beautifully, he describes a house scene that even though husband is the owner of the house, the key to the house will be on the hip of mother. Either you have to surrender to fall at the feet of mother, or there is a small sons of the mother, only they can touch that place and remove the key, nobody else can touch. So either surrender to mother, or people who are close to mother, they can only reach. Now we're looking into the Shastra Pramana, where Devi Parashakti says, I am essentially Brahman. From me, the world comprising Prakriti and Purusha, the void and plenum. I am the form. I am all the forms of bliss and non-bliss. Knowledge and ignorance are myself. Brahman and non-Brahman are to be known, says the scripture of the Atharvans. I am the five elements as also what is different from them. I am the entire world. I am the Veda as well as what is different from it. I am the unborn, I am the born. Below and above, around am I. So Devi Parashakti, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti, the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. See the source where the Big Bang and the black holes goes on. Parashakti, the source Shakti, source energy, source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatar or Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, embracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So now we'll listen from Devi Parashakti. In this video, Devi Parashakti is revealing the truth about herself. Let us listen to that.
Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om. ஓமெனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புவுலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி. அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியொடு நன்மாட்சிமையொடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை. கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள் இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை. நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோஹம் 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 பரமசிவோஹம். இதை தீட்சையாய் ஏற்று இதே உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மையும் வரமும் ஞானமும் அருளும் அளிக்கின்றேன். ஓங்காரத்தின் உட்பொருளாய் வேதமொடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய் உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும் பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் 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 ஓம் ஹ்ரீம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide Your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply.
In the words of Devi Parashakti herself, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agama, blossomed as Rimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in the 40 triangle, the KAILASA Swamini, who is in the KAILASA Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, it took Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all the goodness. हिरण्यगर्भस्वरूपिणी ब्रह्मांडयोनि शामी चंद्रमौली रपला अपर्णा उमा पार्वती सावित्री नवयौवना साम्राज्य लक्ष्मी परमेश्वरी परषोडशी Meenakshi taking the form of Nityananda. I came here as a Nijavatara with the great compassion. I am blessing innocent people to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nityananda and came here. So, how to receive Devi Parashakti? Literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. See there on your screen. So, always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 bitter nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi. The coin is considered traditional dakshina in Hindu tradition. It can be even the lowest value. In India, it can be 1 paisa. In USA, it can be even 1 cent. Offer all that to Devi Parashakti after the darshan is over. Do namaskar and eat the banana, betel leaf, and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect all these coins, send it to a temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. These rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle, remind you, raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break the unconscious behavior. So now we'll watch one powerful technique given by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Pancha Mahabhuti Yoga, to prepare the body and to receive the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti. So let us watch this video now.
I wanted to give you one sacred secret to all of you. Do this Panchabhuta Yoga. See, whenever you want to ask any question to Devi and receive the answer, on the day, do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Means, apply only mud on the body and take bath. Don't apply any chemical on the body to take bath. Just that Puttuman means that anthill mud. Only that apply on the body and take bath. Don't apply anything else. That is mud. Earth part, earth component. Second, water. Drink only water that day. Don't eat, drink, don't do anything other than drinking water. When you come for the Parashakti's Akashic reading, at least for a few hours prepare yourself. Maybe 10 hours ahead. Just drink only water and keep yourself active. Third, the fire in your stomach should be allowed to burn without any food dumped on it. Just the pure fire. You can chant Omkara to intensify it, or Mahavagya, Ajapa Japa, but pure fire. No food, nothing. That pure fire should be encouraged. And just be in the free air, open space, breathing the whole sky. At least few hours before. And intensely unclutch to get the power of the space, Akasha. See, listen. Akasha is an intense energy. Just like the other bhutas, like earth, water, fire, air, the Akasha also is a pure consciousness. It is intelligence, living energy. Once you start unclutching, you manifest Akasha's energy in you, consciousness in you. So do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Your questions will be surely answered immediately by Parashakti. If you just do this Panchabhuta Yoga and come for the Devi Akashic reading, she will simply answer your questions. I'll repeat. Apply the anthill mud and take bath, or even clay. Don't use any other chemical. Take bath just with a mud. Second, drink only water. No other food or juice at least for 10 hours ahead. If possible, that whole day. Third, intensify the Agni in your stomach without dumping any food on it. Just through the Omkara, Ajapa, Ajapa, ignite it, intensify it. Fourth, walk around and breathe in an open space at least for a few hours before. Fifth, try to unclutch as intensely as possible to receive the Akasha energy, Chitambara, that energy of cosmic space. With this Panchabhuta Yoga come to Parashakti's Akashic reading. Surely she will answer your questions.
So with this, we move to the next part where we'll listen to the revelations by Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti will be revealing various truths related to the ongoing pandemic COVID-19. Let us listen to this.
ஓம் 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 ஓங்காரத்துயர்ந்து பாங்காய் வேதமுடு ஆகமமாய் வெளிப்பட்டு ரீங்காரமாய் மலர்ந்து பரஷோடசியாய் நிறைந்து 40 முக்கோணம் வாழும் கையிலை ஸ்ரீபுரச் சிந்தாமணி கிருகத்தில் இருக்கும் கைலாச சுவாமினி பரஷோடசி பரமசிவன் பாகம் அமர்ந்து பாராளும் பரமேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மனோன்மணி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் நிஜாவதாரம் கொண்டேன் இங்கு எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்வரம் தந்திட எல்லா நன்மையும் அருளிட. ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ரபலா அபர்ணா உமா பார்வதி சாவித்ரி நவயௌவனா சாம்ராஜ்யலக்ஷ்மி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் உருக்கொண்டு இங்கு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தேன். அருட்பெருங்கருணையினால் அருளுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். மக்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யவே நாம் இங்கு நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் இறங்கி வந்தோம். இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். காலம் காலமாய் அவதார புருஷர்கள் வந்து மலர்ந்து உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் மிக பெரும் ஞான பூமி பாரதம். இருக்கின்ற ஒரு பாரதத்தை இழக்க இயலாது மக்களே. ஞான கர்ப்பத்தை மலடாக்க இயலாது. வாழையடி வாழையென ஞானிகளும் அவதார புருஷர்களும் வந்தே தீர வேண்டும், வாழ்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும், மலர்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும். உலகிற்கு அதுவே உத்தம நன்மை. ஒரு சில கயவர்கள் மாயையில் சிக்கி செய்திட்ட சதிகளால் உலகை பலி கொடுக்க ஆகாது. சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமடைய கூடாது. பிரபஞ்சம் அழிந்துவிடக் கூடாது. பிரளயத்து இருந்து இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கவே பெரும் கப்பல் நானொன்று செய்தேன். அதன் பெயரே ஆதி கைலாசம். ஆதி கைலாசம் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தில் இருக்கும் ஞான சக்திகளை ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே நாம் செய்த கப்பல். துரோகிகள் சூழ்ச்சியாலும் விரோதிகள் ஆட்சியாலும் வழியின்றி கப்பலை விட்டு மாலுமியே ஒதுங்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததையா. அதனால்தான் ககனம் கொந்தளித்து பேரழிவை நோக்கி சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களே, அறியாத தனத்தினால் மாயையில் சிக்கி குழந்தைகள் தவறு செய்தாலும் பிரபஞ்சம் அழியாது காக்க வேண்டியது பராசக்தி. பரமசக்தி பரஷோடசி மனோன்மணியன் பொறுப்பென்பதால் சத்தியங்கள் சிலவற்றை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில் நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் அமைதியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும் கிட்டும், உலகத்திற்கும் கிட்டும். 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர் இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும் என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன் வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி. மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம். I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply.
Nityananda everyone, welcome back to the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. So now I'll read the translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed to all of us just now. Devi Parashakti says, world cannot be sacrificed for the sake of conspiracies done by some ignorant thieves who got stuck in Maya. Srishti should not have loss. Cosmos should not have destruction. To save the cosmos from Pralaya, I made a huge ship. Its name is Adi KAILASA. Adi KAILASA is the ship that will gather all the enlightened powers of this cosmos and save the people from the Pralaya. Through the tricks of traitor, rules of the enemies, without any other way out, time came for the sailor itself to leave. That is why the sky is boiling and moving towards huge destruction. People, even if the children do mistakes in ignorance by getting stuck in Maya, as it is Parashakti, Paramashakti, Parashodasi Manonmani, my responsibility to save the cosmos from the destruction. I am telling some of the truths. Listen properly. Within next few months, not in thousand or lakhs, life will be lost in crores. Crores of life will be lost. In India, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the good. Search for the protection for your life. So before we move to the next part where we talk about the current state of the world as revealed by Devi Parashakti with respect to the COVID-19, we'll go through the message from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared on the 16th of May. So this message is specifically shared by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for all the devotees and disciples to keep informed about the health and well-being of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. There are a lot of rumors going on around on the social medias and in the various mainstream media houses. To clear all those rumors and keep the devotees and disciples informed about the truth, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has shared this great news to all the devotees and disciples. I'll read it as it is. Paramashiva's blessings, great news for all the devotees and disciples. All the medical reports are clear, no cancer or tumor, no heart problem. In fact, doctors are saying my heart is as healthy as 18-year-old youth. No fatty liver, no blood pressure, no diabetes, no high cholesterol. Kidneys, lungs, intestines are functioning perfectly. No autoimmune disorder of any type. No virus-related disease, including corona. Perfectly, all internal organs are working perfectly. All medical tests are conducted, including MRI scans, and doctors declared medically, I am absolutely fit and healthy. All the diagnoses are not just my third eye, but are cross-verified with the external machineries of the telepathy system. Only thing, no food intake. If I try to push any food in the mouth, it vomits within few minutes. No sleep. 24/7, brain is widely awake and in Turyatita state and knowing widely what's happening inside and outside for me in the whole cosmos. No movement in the body is happening voluntarily other than my Nitya Shiva Puja, and consciousness is continuously in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If I sit in Padmasana, which is my usual way of sitting and doing my administration work or giving satsangs, all the knowledge and breathing settles down, mind becomes too calm to create any verbalizations or words, and the mind forgets this world. It gets into the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, and breathing becomes too shallow, and I forget the existence of this external world. So the doctor's disciples who are attending to me are forcing me to lie down and continuously keep the breathing. Body is habituated to be in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi like this without food and sleep continuously, comfortably for more than 6 months now. So disciples need not worry about my health. My grahas and planets are also in my favorable position. So there is no death or the Videha Samadhi for me now. As of now, Kailasa, the sovereign land, has a small airport, but not the big hospitals infrastructure. Doctors, devotees who are taking care of me are feeling if more machineries like this, like the parental care and more medical attentions is available, they can prolong my body being alive in this Samadhi state, and they are also working to get all the machineries to the Kailasa. Do not send any money for my medical care or for the machineries needed. You all have given more than enough already to take care of my body. I wanted to tell you all, my devotees and disciples, I am absolutely fulfilled with my life and work I have done. I neither have the desire to live in this world, nor have the hatred towards this world to leave this world. It is Arunagiri Yogeshwara, my guru, occupying this body fully. So anybody wants to me wants me to be alive and live longer for your benefit or the benefit of the world, go to Arunagiri Yogeshwara's Jiva Samadhi in Arunachaleswara main temple, light a lamp and ask him to use this body and keep this body alive for all of you for a longer time. As he is the decision maker of the how long my body will be active and alive. It is all the love, you disciples and devotees, and my love of my Guru Parampara keeps my body alive, continuously functioning in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Example, today when I heard original Shivalinga of Kashi Vishwanatha was found inside Jnanavapi Mosque, I became so enthusiastic and started reading about it. Talking about it threw away all these artificial breathing machines forced on me. Almost for few hours, I was completely normally moving around, continuously talking about this and normally breathing without any external help and support. If this time from Nirvikalpa Samadhi, my body and being settles down to a Sahaja Samadhi of active lifestyle, it will radiate and manifest thousands of times more Paramashiva's powers and truth of Paramashiva. Just like you all, I am also looking forward to what Paramashiva is up to. I also want all of you to know I am enjoying and celebrating this space in KAILASA, absolutely in aloneness filled with the cosmos. Many truths about antimatter manifesting as matter are getting revealed inside me. I am enjoying Paramashiva Jnana and Vijnana. I am not able to speak or write about all these truths now, but fortunately able to type, only not able to use this finger. Use the finger in which they fixed the pulse oximeter to monitor my heart. But I am slowly typing, which will be continuously uploaded in Facebook and other social media for all of you to enjoy, share, celebrate, and enjoy. So with this, we request all the devotees and disciples to only get the news from the official social media handle of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and not to gather any kind of news from the various social media platforms, the YouTubes or any other mainstream media houses which are continuously involved in spreading rumor and trying to break the Sangha, break the KAILASA mission, which Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has built over hard work on the last 26 years. So let's all stay united and together and only be informed through the official social media, official digital media platform of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we'll get back to the next report after a short break. Please stay tuned.
I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
So now we'll look into the various reports. Authorities in 223 countries and territories have reported about more than 517 million of COVID-19 cases and around 6.26 millions of death till date since China reported its first case to the World Health Organization in December 2019. The next report is from Taiwan, which saw over more than 60,000 daily COVID-19 cases. For the fourth straight day on the Sunday, as it reported 68,000 plus new cases and 19 deaths for the disease, according to the Central Epidemic Command Center. The new cases consisted of 68,000 domestically transmitted infections, were the 37 cases that were contracted abroad. Of the 672,000 domestic cases recorded in the Taiwan from January 1st to May 14th, 1151 have been classified as the moderate infections and 294 as the severe cases. Till date, Taiwan has confirmed 768 COVID-19 cases since the pandemic began in early 2020, including 756 plus domestically transmitted infections. North Korea is seeing an explosive COVID outbreak where more than 2.8 million COVID cases has been recorded till date. So state media, KCNA, said that total 42 people have died with 820,000 cases and at least 324,000 under the medical treatment. The leader of the state has said that the outbreak has caused great upheaval in the North Korea. KCNA reported that all provinces, cities, and the counties of the country have been totally locked down, and working units, production units, and residential units have been closed from each other. The next report is from New Zealand, which says that COVID-19 Omicron has taken outbreak where 7,000 COVID cases, 5 virus-related deaths, and 415 people has been hospitalized. Since the beginning of pandemic, there have been 1 million cases in the New Zealand. Yesterday, there were 5,700 new cases in the community, and 15 people were reported to have died with the virus. There are 6,000 community cases of the COVID in the community today. The 7-day rolling average of the community, where the case number is 7,702, while last Monday it was 7,400. The UAE has reported more than 319 COVID-19 cases, and Ministry of Health and Prevention on the Monday reported 319 cases of COVID-19 coronavirus, along with the 344 recoveries and no deaths. Over 159.1 million PCR tests have been conducted in the country so far. So total active cases stand at 140,000. The new cases were detected through 124,000 additional tests. The total number of cases in UAE as on May 16 are 902,000, while the total recoveries stand at 886,000. This report from University of Cambridge and the Imperial College London says that the patients who overcome severe COVID infections suffer from the same cognitive impairment that people generally go through between the age of 50 and 70, a new study has found. This is the equivalent of losing 10 IQ points, say the team of scientists from the University of Cambridge and Imperial College London. Their findings suggest that the effect of coronavirus infections are still detectable more than 6 months after the illness, that cognitive recovery is gradual at best, and it may even impact the people who only had the mild infections. There is a growing body of evidence that COVID-19 causes lasting cognitive and mental health problems, with recovered patients still experiencing symptoms month after infections. The symptoms they report include fatigue, brain fog, problems recalling words, sleep disturbances, anxiety, and even post-traumatic disorder, says the scientist. By comparing the patients to 66,000 members of the general public, and the researchers estimate that magnitude of cognitive loss is similar on an average to that sustained with the 20 years of aging between 50 and 70 years of age, and that is equivalent to losing 10 IQ points, they said. The WHO report has estimated that there are 47 lakh COVID-19 deaths in India from January 2020 till December 2021, which is nearly 10 times the official figure reported by India. The next report is from the writer, which says the Omicron variant of SARS-CoV-2 virus is intrinsically as severe as previous variants, according to the preprint version of large US study that counters assumptions in the other study that it was more transmissible but less severe. The finding, which estimated Omicron severity after accounting for the impact of vaccines, should reinforce the importance of inoculations and booster shots. Experts said vaccines helped keep hospitalizations and death relatively low during the Omicron surge. The new strain of COVID-19 have arrived in the US, and these variants evade antibodies from the vaccinations and prior infections, which could create the possibility of a new wave. The Africa Health Research Institute in South Africa conducted a study that found that BA4 and BA5 variants can evade antibodies. The low absolute neutralizations level of BA4 and BA5, particularly in the unvaccinated group, are unlikely to protect well against symptomatic infections. The study noted, and this may indicate that based on the neutralization escape, BA4 and BA5 have the potential to result in new infection. The next COVID wave could be led by the BA4 and BA5, and this comment comes at the time when the South Africa may be entering a fifth COVID wave earlier than expected, owing to the rise in infections that seem to be driven by BA4 and BA5. The World Health Organization last month added the sublineages to its monitoring list. The World Health Organization said that the South African scientists who identified Omicron variant of COVID-19 late last year have now reported 2 more Omicron subvariants. And this is another sign that pandemic is not done with us, and there are some clear takeaways. WHO chief has said this. Now this report says that the more than 18 million people, 3 times higher than official records, suggest have probably died because of COVID, US Washington University researchers. The researchers gather data through the searches of various government websites, the World Mortality Database, the Human Mortality Database, and the European Statistical. Rates of excess death are estimated to have varied dramatically by the country and region, but the overall global rate calculated in the study is 220 deaths per 100,000 people. That would mean about 18.2 million deaths have happened because of COVID in the 2 years between the start of 2020 and the end of 2021, 3 times as many as the official 5.9 million that have actually been recorded. After the COVID infection, there is an increased risk of developing a serious blood clot for the next 6 months. A study from Sweden suggests the researcher found that people with a severe COVID and those infected during the first wave had the highest clot risk. About 17 in every 10,000 COVID patients had a blood clot in the lung, compared with a fewer than 1 in every 10,000 who did not have COVID. The next report says that the catching COVID may cause changes to the brain, and the scientists found significant differences in the MRI scans before and after the infections. Even after a mild infection, the overall size of the brain had shrunk slightly with less gray matter in the parts related to smell and memory. The researchers do not know whether the changes are permanent, but stressed that the brain could heal. The study is published in the journal Nature. Lead author from the Wellcome Center of Integrative Neuroimaging at the University of Oxford said, "We are looking at essentially mild infections, so to see that we could really see some differences in their brain and how much their brain had changed compared with those who had not been infected was quite a surprise." The UK Biobank project has followed the health of 500,000 people for about 15 years and has a database of scans recorded before the pandemic, so provided a unique opportunity to study the long-term health impact of the virus. They found that the overall brain size in the infected participants had shrunk between 0.2 to 2%. There were losses in the gray matter in the olfactory area linked to smell and the regions linked to memory. Those who had recently recovered from the COVID found it a bit harder to perform complex mental tasks, but the researchers do not know whether the changes are reversible or truly matter for health and well-being. So now we'll look into the solution given by Devi Parashakti. Let us listen to this solution.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு. கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட, நன்மையை சொல்லிட, தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5, சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6, நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழை பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7 பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்பு.
So read the translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed to all of us just now. Devi Parashakti says, "O humans, do not be scared of the deadly infection, corona. Through these 8 ways, praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I am residing, worshipping me by doing fire walking, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice and meditating on me every day, being in the unclassed state, filling with eternal bliss, doing ajapa japa of the cosmic sound, Shiva, with complete mind, applying banana peel on the onions in the hell and going to sleep. Being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Sphurna that blossoms as Aham Aham in the state of Ananda Sphurna. So with this, again, would like to present another message from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that he shared with all of us on the 19th of the May. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared this on his official Facebook profile, and he says, Paramashiva's blessings, this is for all the devotees and disciples. Please stop sending money to take care of my health related. From the day these rumors about my health started spreading, money is pouring into all our trust from all over the world. Please stop this sending money. Now all my devotees and disciples listen intensely. This separation of me, the anxiety, whether you will be able to see me again or not, the insecurity, whether you will be able to get the darshan and initiations again or not, all this is a sweet pain which can be transformed into a deep devotional feeling connection through spiritual practice by Yajapa Japa of Mahavakya. Reading autobiography of the avatar, enjoying Nithyanandapedia. What we are going through is not a natural disaster like tsunami, earthquake. Where sending money makes you feel fulfilled and you have done some charity. What we are going through is a great spiritual possibility by Paramashiva to all of us. Paramashiva himself is settling as a larger being with more intensity and power manifestation in me through this intense samadhi. This is not the time for you to send some money or charity, as I heard many devotees are selling their properties and pouring money to take care of my health into the organizations from all over the world. Please stop this. If you want me to be alive and active for longer time for your benefit or the benefit of the world, do light a lamp in front of my Guru, Arunagiri Yogeshwara's pictures in your own home and pray to him to settle into my body and be more active and energetic and live longer. So use this beautiful opportunity of sweet pain of separation to intensify your deep devotion and feeling connection more and manifest powers, enlightenment of Paramashiva. It's all your love, devotion, feeling connection. Settles me from samadhi and makes me active, gives satsangs again and not the money you pour. If you want to show your love, devotion, just put the picture of my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, light a lamp, take a selfie and post it. Whenever I open my eyes, I'll try to see all those posts and send my love and blessings to all of you. So this is the verse which all of us should be chanting is the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Bandhanam. The meaning of this is the one who had the Tripundri, the 3 lines of sacred ash, on his forehead, the mark of sacred musk applied on his forehead, who is the wearer of a glittering garland, who wears a lion cloth on his radiantly glowing waist, who holds the uncontrollable, unconquerable King Cobra, and the crescent moon on his crown. Victory unto Arunagiri Yogeshwara, the illuminator of all the beings. So in these salvations, we offer our respects and gratitude to Arunagiri Yogeshwara, the embodiment of Paramashiva. He incarnated a few thousand years ago and is even today available to all his ardent devotees in the gracious form of Arunachaleswara, the presiding deity of Arunachaleswara temple of Tiruvannamalai. With these salvations, we remember and thus invoke Arunagiri Yogeshwara's presence, and as we recall the great Leela of his happening in the Avatar Leela, the life of Avatar. So enjoy, share and celebrate. So with this, we again remind all the devotees and disciples to only receive the news about Sri KAILASA from the official social media handle of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and not from any other sources. This is time we all should be together and use this every opportunity given by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to strengthen our devotions and love towards him, bring more and more completion, do more power manifestations, and exactly follow what Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been telling us through the social media, through the various satsangs and all that. Let's get more integrated to the Guru walks. So with this, I'll take a short break and we'll get back to the next segment that is going to be glimpses of the glorious past after a short break.
I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till we become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut decision to struggle with the same rut is time. Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity. I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. So we'll start the glimpses of the glorious past, and on this day, 25th May 2004, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, conducted 4-day experiential meditation program called Nithyananda Spurna program that was conducted by His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam himself at Bengaluru Adinam. This program helped the delegates to transform their understanding of life, death. They learned to overcome all the fears and insecurities, let go of the guilt and painful memories, to be healed by the sleep disorder and experience the joy of a spontaneous living. Below are some of the photos taken during the program on day 2. So let us watch. Moving to the next year, the year of 2005, and on this video, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the participants of the Himalayan Yatra trip engrossed in the conversations, recalling the day's event and sharing some cherished moment with each other. So let us get the more glimpses of this day through this video.
I want to tell all of you one thing. Jamuna is so happy. In 3 places, I clearly saw her energy. In 3 places, I saw her energy. She is so happy with our whole group. She has blessed our whole group. That much I could see. The whole group is blessed by her. The temple also, I saw her energy. And going time, at least in 3 places, she was so alive and receiving all of us. It was so nice. Don't think this rivers and all is just a totality of water. It is something more than that. Don't think it is just a water. Don't think this Himalayas is just a stones. It's a living energy, such beautiful energy. How many are having this pain, that pain? So all the pains are there. The best medicine is have a good dance, then everything will disappear. Just jump around, have a good dance, and simply the whole thing will disappear. And this Kavi is so useful. Everywhere they are organized. Huh? It's a separate group. Huh?
Many people are asking where you are from.
And Baba, some 4 or 5 guys continuously Jai. Paramahamsa Nithyananda Swami ki Jai. Continuously throughout. It's a wonderful. It's actually such a scenic route. And wherever that you see the straight cutting in the hills, understand it's cut by glaciers. I have seen 1,000 feet glaciers just moving. It will take more than 12 to 15 hours to completely slide. I have seen with my own eyes it's moving, slide happening. You see, in the winter time it will all become snow. In summer it will start melting. Some weak points it will melt, and the center will be completely glacier. It will just slide as a whole piece. When it slides, it will not slide just only as a ice. It will bring some rocks also and chisel the whole hill. It's a living hill. Suddenly it will bring such big piece of glacier and hit the hill and break the hill and make path. And within a month, landslide will happen and black the whole hill, whole river. Whole river will be blacked by the landslide. And after a few months, the river will bring a big glacier and hit the hill and make path for itself. At least this Yamunotri, I am sure that the route in which I walked is not the same route. It's not the same route. Where we take the bridge, along with the river only we used to go. The bridge is new. The whole thing is new. I could see, I saw there also, there was a landslide and the whole route was disturbed. Nice drama. Last time when we were there in Uttarakashi, just 2 days ago there was a landslide. 150 people died in Uttarakashi. Don't worry. It's on the city, not on the. It's on the city. But by now all of you are accustomed to the fear. The pony is enough. That fellow will go only towards the and I saw many people, they just got down from pony and said, you just come please, we will walk. How many came back by walk? And that is what, after half pony. I tell you, if we walk also we will not be so tired because second layer energy will open. But if you go on pony and this dolly, second layer energy never opens. And such a bum, the whole body becomes pumpkin. And second layer energy is also not opening. And first layer energy is also exhausted. Over. What to do then? Now, bum, everything is ripe completely. All we need is one scissor, one knife, and a little bit of salt and masala. Whole body is now ripe. What to do? But nice drama, nice experience. See, anything, if it has to be carved, you should use a hammer. So these difficulties, these austerities are a hammer to engrave all these beautiful experiences inside your mind. All these beautiful moments will be engraved, will be carved inside your mind deeply with these moments of uncomfort and the austerity. A little bit of austerity is nice, wonderful. And one more thing, giving too much of comfort and sophistication to the body is creating a permanent residence for all the possible diseases. When you create enough of comfort and only sophistication for your body, you create a system which continuously creates disease. Now once in a while like this, going and breaking all those things is good. You will also be, you can also understand that you can survive with a little bit of difficulties, you can take little risk. Now you are having confidence. Did you think that in that type of things you will be able to travel? Especially when going, I saw somehow got into the pony. Now if they come back, they will be very disturbed and then all will make fun of them. So that is the reason people are going. I saw all the faces. Arey, what? This Nithyananda Swami did not even tell us. He just brought. And if we go back now, people will laugh at us. And we have to show that we are very courageous. All the husbands wants to prove to wives, and the wives wants to just prove that they are courageous people, and then come back the other way. We have to come back. Somebody was asking on the way, Swamiji, for Kedar there is no helicopter service. I said, even if it is there, it will not be allowed. Huh? This Hanuman Chetty where we went and got the jeep, that is the place from where Hanuman lifted Sanjeevi hills and took away to Sri Lanka. You will see one flat square, as if something is removed. All the area will be hill, just one flat you will see. So he removed that Sanjeevi hills and took away to treat Lakshmana in Sri Lanka, that Lanka war time. That's why it is called Hanuman Chatti. Chatti means flat, or that shaved head. Shaved head is called Chatti. Flat is called Chatti. He just took that whole hill and took it away. That's why. Maybe they just named him in the name of Sita. Janki Mai Chatti. From there only Hanuman lifted them.
back. He didn't bring it back. He just put it there. That is what is Trikonamalai. That hills only is Trikonamalai in Sri Lanka. And Shiva temple is there. What in English they say? Trikonamalai. Trikonamalai. That hills only. And if you go and see the Trikonamalai, you will see as if that hill is just put and patched. You will see a complete one ring below the in the foothills. One ring, complete ring, as if that hill is just placed. It will not be attached with the planet. It will not be attached with the ground. There will be one ring. Somehow they make some story and attach it. I don't know. But the beauty is in this country, everything is related to spirituality. The same hills are there in some other country, means they would have made it as a tourism spot. There would have been some resort. I have seen a skiing spot. In so many other, in America and so many other countries I have seen. They would have become skiing spot. Here you see every stone has become a worship. Every stone has become God. They start worshipping. The whole thing is centered on spirituality. That's what. Using every opportunity to grow spiritually in the life. This country has done a big job. Because the Rishis culture started here only. These guys, the Rishis are responsible. A big group of people who are very intelligent. See, first thing, they don't have to work for food because so much of abundant food is available because of these rivers. Everything is available. Then what to do? They started meditating. They started contemplating, going in to find out the secrets of the inner world. Then they brought the high, rich culture. They are all indebted to those guys. That's why Himalayas is such a wonderful place. You just can't imagine that we are here again, once more. All of them were born here only. A few went from here all over the world and created life in everywhere. According to my understanding and experience, surely human beings have happened on planet Earth in Himalayas only. This area only they happened, and from here only the whole culture developed. I don't know about other historians what they say. I saw today different faces, different scenes, and on the pony, below the pony, and on the dolly, and on the ground, walking. No other experience to be shared? She says that she will have the sinus problem and she can't enjoy. But today she didn't have any problem. That's wonderful. There is a lot of herbals there. That air itself is so nice and so good for health. And one more thing, the very deep fear of survival, that solves everything. You have to be there, alert, alive, otherwise nothing can be done. Actually, all of you guys have practically successfully completed the whole trip. Because now once you know, your body knows the knack, your mind knows the knack. Next, no problem at all. The first thing only is a little difficult. Now you know the whole thing. Next, there is no problem. What you are laughing? True, now you know the whole knack, na? So no problem at all. Otherwise also you have to go. But worth having, the experience is worth having. Such wonderful experience. And if you come alone, you can't have such a wonderful experience and you will not be courageous. Somewhere you will say, no, I will not go enough, all those things. Now the group energy and the master's inspiration, that just takes the whole thing and moves it. That came for Shankara. Actually, Shankara went to all these 4 places. In all these 4 places, for the sake of Shankara, it came. For cooking, we used to put the rice in the cloth and shake in the water. It will become rice. It will be cooked rice. And put a little salt and eat that salt. No, already frozen. You didn't see the complete frozen thing? People are walking on the glacier. Under that water is coming. On that side of hot water. In Badri also you will see that same. In all the Chardham you will see. In Gangotri also you will see the same. It is a sulfur water. Chemically, actually, geographically, I don't know any explanation. I don't think there could be some explanation geographically. But only one thing they say that there is a sulfur, so from that water comes. It is sulfur water. So much fear. Alright, even if you don't do Swadhisthana meditation, fear will come up and get cleansed.
What is tomorrow?
Huh?
What do we do?
Tomorrow we are going to Uttarakasi. But tomorrow there is no other like this climbing, just Uttarakasi and going and halting. Uttarakasi is the place where there is a big Shiva temple. I'll explain tomorrow there. Huh? Yes. Now there are 2 places she does. In that Varanasi and here, both the places she does the U-turn. Usually the Ganga will be flowing like this. In Uttarakanshi she will take a turn suddenly like that towards uphill and then take a turn. That's why it is called Uttarakasi. Today he had a nice experience. It seems he fell from the pony. Somebody came back. No problem. Suddenly he saw one sticker of mine in the back. I don't know from where that sticker came.
Swami, there was some big traffic jams.
Yes. Today I heard that a lot of crowd. That's why.
And the police.
I don't know, suddenly sometimes, some days the pilgrims start coming like me. I could have come by pony. If I come back and I won't be able to sit. I'll be sitting like this and giving discourse. I have to sit a little decently and give discourse. That is why. And I'll be walking like that and coming. Hey, put that seat. And I have to take care of my health for next 2 days. May not be for my sake, for all your sake.
Moving to the next year, the year of 2006, on this day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam was on the Himalayan Yatra with the delegates of KAILASA. Following are some of the pictures taken on the day 4 of the Himalayan Yatra. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism can be seen walking in the procession towards Kashi Vishwanath temple in Uttarkasi. And later in the night, all the participants sitting at the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism enjoying his divine presence. In the year of 2007, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, guided the delegates to center themselves on the sound and enter into the center of silence. Light is always linear, while the sound is circular. Hence, with the sound, you can become center, the center of all the sound. Sound is origin of the cosmic energies. Deathlessness can only be achieved by the connecting yourself to the source of cosmos, the source of your existence. Sound is a very powerful method to either raise or lower your frequency. So let us watch this video from Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and get more deeper understanding on the sound and how to experience the deathlessness with this.
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is the silence within. Shiva is taking us to a different dimension today. Yesterday he was giving us the technique to jump from sound to soundlessness through withdrawal, the method of withdrawing, pratyahara. Today he is teaching us a method called dharana. Dharana means centering. Understand? Pratyahara means withdrawing. Dharana means centering. Yesterday he was teaching us how to withdraw from the sound. Today he is going to teach us how to center yourself on the sound. Today's technique is more for musicians, poets, people who are performing arts related to sound. There are so many other beautiful arts related to sound. Mimicry. I have seen people creating sounds like animals. Animals will come and respond. So powerful. Animals will come and respond. One yogi, I had the fortune of living with that yogi. He will just create some sound and the snakes will come. I don't know how he makes it possible. Just some sound, the snakes will come. And he will create some sound, dogs will come. Not only dogs will come, he will change the moods of the dogs with just one or two sounds. Just one or two sound, he will just change the mood of the dog. Either dog will get frightened and run away, or he'll just come and sit like a pet at his feet. Just with the sound, he is able to play so many things. All the people who perform some kind of arts related to sound, this technique is for them. How to enter into the center of the sound. One beautiful
example you need to understand. Pratyahara will not be successful always. Pratyahara means moving away, withdrawal. Withdrawal from the vision, seeing, light is possible. If you close your eyes, it will become possible. But withdrawal from sound, just closing your ears will not work. Unfortunately, that is the one sense which you can't close, which is open. You can't be putting your ears, your hands all the time, or you can't be using the earplug all the time. Even if you use the earplugs, you will be just waiting for some sound to disturb you. I have seen people, either they get disturbed by sound. It is not even sound that disturbs, your resistance or your idea that there should not be any sound, that creates irritation. See, you can see many times people who show that they are meditating, they will make so much of noise. Before they start meditating, they will tell, hey, keep quiet, do this, stop that, stop that, stop that. They will go around and make the whole house topsy-turvy. And now the sound which they make will be much worse than anything else. And especially if these mother-in-laws learn meditation. The Indian mother-in-laws, they have their own way of making the whole thing silent. Anyhow, when you try to bring so much forced silence on everything around you, one big problem is you become so particular, so strong about the silence. Any small sound can create irritation which will not settle inside you for half an hour. One small crying or shouting of a child is enough to disturb your one-day meditation. I really have seen people, it becomes later on ego drama. If somebody creates a sound, it becomes like more than a preparation for meditation, it just becomes egocentric. And they start shouting. And not only that, the irritation which they carry never settles down. Maybe Shiva knows all these problems. That is why he is giving us today Tarana. Tarana means centering on the sound itself. Yoga has got 8 parts. We call it Ashtanga Yoga. Understand? Not 8 steps. No. 8 parts. All 8 parts is supposed to be practiced simultaneously at a time. In the 8 parts, Pratyahara and Tarana are 2 different parts. Pratyahara means withdrawal. Tarana means centering. Yesterday he was teaching us the technique how to withdraw. Today he is teaching us how to center yourself in the sound and enter into soundlessness. This technique is more powerful, more practical than that technique. That technique, yesterday's technique, you need to make the whole thing silent. I don't think it will be possible. Even in my ashram, I am not able to make things silent. Which is supposed to be the controlled condition for inner science experiments. No, you can't. Because what will you do with the trees? What will you do with the birds? What will you do with the natural sounds? You can't do anything about it. Even if you go to Himalayas, there will be sound of the waterfalls. What will you do about it? Nothing can be done. So sound, withdrawal from the sound, or completely making your surroundings silent, I don't think is possible, practical. Here, this technique does not need silence as a prerequisite. You don't have to shout so much to make others silent. You can work with sound. With sound, you can go beyond the sound. Through sound, you can enter into soundlessness. Beautiful technique. Let me just read the technique. Then we will go step by step into the technique and understand how to internalize. Bathe in the center of the sound, as in the continuous sound of a waterfall, or by putting the fingers in the ears, hear the sound of sounds, anahata dvani. All the great scriptures, whether it is Vedic hymns or Bible words or Buddhist Dhammasutra, all great scriptures agree on one point. From sound the whole universe originated. The root of the matter, the root of the existence is sound. In Sanskrit we call Nada Brahma, means the sound which is the root for whole existence, whole cosmos. That is what we call Anahata Dvani. Ahata means created by striking. Anahata means uncreated, unstruck. Sound which is not created by striking any two object. Unstruck is what we call Anahata Dvani. Here, Mahadeva is giving us the technique to experience the Anahata Dvani. If you can touch the Anahata Dvani, uncreated sound, even once, you will never be disturbed by anything from the outer world. Anything in the outer world. I was with a great sadhu in a young age. Once he invited me to go to a nearby place. Usually in India they will go by walk to many temples, pilgrimage centers. He invited me, let's go for a yatra, pilgrimage. I said, let's go. It used to be a fun picnic, and being away from home is always fun. Because first thing, you don't need to go to school, no need for any routine, and especially in the young age when you have health, it's really fun. I said, let's go. We were traveling on a small boat, crossing a river. Suddenly the current was so strong, the boatman did not realize the current was very strong, and he rowed the boat in that strong current. And I saw very clearly the boat has started going along with the flow. Means the boatman has lost the control. And naturally, I'm a young boy shouting, and I don't know swimming. Another one fun. Because that's another one fun. Usually the village kids will be taught swimming at the age of 5-6 itself. When they put me in the water first time, I told them, no, I am a sannyasi, I can't learn swimming. Traditionally a Swami can't swim, should not swim. There's a belief, you are not supposed to learn swimming, you are not supposed to cross the river traditional belief. So I said, I won't learn. And now you being a Swami is not going to save your life. Knowing swimming only will save. So I was somehow uncomfortable and completely shaken. This sadhu was so quiet, completely relaxed, not disturbed at all. One thing, he knows swimming. Second thing, even if he knows swimming, he is going to be answerable to my parents, because my parents know that he only took me from the home. But this guy was not perturbed. And one more thing if I have to add, even if you know swimming, it was a very strong current, you can't come out of it. Such strong current. Because the boatman himself is not able to manage that strong current. But this sadhu is very strong. Somehow he managed to hold the boat and center, balance the whole thing, and he brought us out. After that I asked him, why you are not disturbed at all, not perturbed? What were you doing? How could you be so centered? Understand, it's a very powerful answer which has become mantra in me. And with this one technique, I can say after that nothing was able to shake me. This incident happened around the age of 10 or 11, and of course 22 I became enlightened. After enlightenment nothing can shake you, that is different. But from that 11 to 22, this technique was such a great help for me. Nothing was able to shake. It may look little impractical, or it may look like foolish. Anything great or intelligent always looks abnormal in the initial level. Now in the initial level it will always look abnormal or impractical. It was such a powerful answer. I asked him, how did you manage to keep yourself so cool, stable in that situation? See, he may be sure that he won't die. He may not die, but falling into the river and even swimming and coming out is going to be a lot of anxiety. It's going to be a lot of insecurity. See, you don't have to have life-threatening thing to disturb you. Just a small sound is enough for most of us. And being so calm and centered, even his breathing did not shift or alter. It was so serene, relaxed, completely balanced. That was shocking. See, hiding your fear from the face or from the others is easy. If you are little intelligent, you can manage that game. But not even the even your breath has not taken a shift. It is there, balanced, beautifully flowing, as innocent way as it used to be. That's really something we need to learn. He answered, no, whenever I see something happening around me, I know everything merges into one sound. Everything, even my life or my death, everything merges into one sound. So that imbalancing, when that boat became imbalanced, the gushing sound of the water, the stream, reminded me of that sound. I just relaxed into that sound. I just centered myself into that sound. When I relaxed into that sound, two things happened. One, I didn't have any stress, fear stroke, panic attack, disturbance. Second thing, suddenly I saw the whole stream energy supporting me. Suddenly I saw The water below me is not my enemy. It is a ground holding me. Understand? I don't know. Sometimes these great words, when you hear from a person who has experienced that same thing, it just clicks. It just clicks. Something happens in you. He said, you see, now you are not afraid of the earth unless there is an earthquake. You are not afraid. You feel safe when you are standing on the earth. You feel completely relaxed. He says, when I connected with that sound, two things. One, there was no stress, panic attack, anxiety, disturbance. Second thing, I just felt that energy or that sound, the source of that sound, that stream was supporting me. Maybe when he uttered these words, I was in that high fear or in that complete vulnerable openness. I don't know. It became so strongly got engraved into my being. After that, this kind of situations where I am threatened, disturbed, automatically I fell into that center of that sound in that space. Whatever is happening around me, in me, I just put myself in the center. And it really works miracles. Understand? It really works. It really does miracles.
I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all.
So moving to the next year, the year of 2012, on this same point, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam supplied a deeper definitions for the term clean stomach. Sri Krishna is not talking only about the physical stomach as it is often translated. He actually refers to our hormonal space, to the status of our hormonal equilibrium. When we experiences of internal chemical balance again and again, we create the alchemical shift to a physical state which embraces divine consciousness. This cleansing of our biomemories, establishing a clear stomach, raises us into the zone of enlightenment. Let us hear more truth about this science from Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly in this video.
Morning satsang in Bhagavad Gita, 4th chapter, Jnanakarma Sannyasa Yoga, 35th verse.
Yajñātvā na punarmoham evam yasyasi pandava yena bhutanya seshena drakshasyatmani yato mayi.
Yajñātvā na punam moham evam yasyasi pandava ena bhutani aseshena drakshyasi atmani yatho mayi. Translation: experiencing which, O Pandava, you will not have this confusion once again, for you will discern that all life forms with no exception are in your own self as they are in me. It is such a pleasure to have knowledge bomb every morning. I don't know about you guys, I am having it. Such pleasant space in the morning. I wake up and take bath slowly in my own way. My way of taking bath is, I need to have water in a huge tub, almost like what you need for an elephant. No, really, I cannot take bath with less quantity water, 2 bucket, 3 bucket, no. I can live without food, but this cleaning is a big ritual for me. And still I do all the rituals, achamanim, everything, and then only I'll take bath. As prescribed by Manu. Manu says that 7 times you have to wash after you finish your motion. So 7 times I'll use soap. I'll count. Sometime if I am in a hurry, at least 7 times I'll touch. And then my taking bath is like a... If you have seen the deity of Amritakateshwara, he will be sitting with 2 big vessels and pouring on his head. That's the way I'll take bath. Means the whole body will become cool. Now I have one more thing added. Puja. In this Madurai Adinam tradition, I have to perform Shiva Puja every morning. What puja I will perform? The moment I sit, already in Samadhi. But I have my own way. I'll put little vibhuti and little kumkum, little sandal and little water and flower, all that. And it will take 2 hours for me. Because by the time I put kumkum, I'll fall into Samadhi. Then again settle down and pour little water. Anyhow, after all that, I come and sit here. It's like in pure inner space, a bomb, knowledge bomb. This is what exactly I want even you guys to experience. Morning, have enema so that stomach is clean. Take bath, come with a fresh inner space and do the Guru Puja. Then this energy bomb, the experience, knowledge bomb falls on you. If your stomach is clean, this verse can directly become experience in you. Please understand. Bhagavan says, O Partha, Pandava, again and again you lose the experience of the ultimate, the remembrance of the ultimate truth. Do not miss that. Have some experience which will remind you to experience the ultimate truth always. See, what is ultimate truth here? Bhagavan says very clearly, all life forms are part of your own self. That is the ultimate truth. Bhagavan says, you forget again and again this truth because of confusion. Here, Bhagavan is using word moham. Na aham is naham, ma aham is moham. You surrendering yourself is naham, namaha, naham. You being destroyed is moham, ma aham, moham. If a horse comes and sits at your feet and obeys your command, it is naham. Na aham, surrendering. You just throw a bomb at a horse and it dies and falls. That is moham, ma aham. The key word in this verse is moham, ma aham. Bhagavan says, all life forms are part of you. This is the ultimate truth. But you again and again forget this truth because of moham. Moham word should not be understood as a lust or greed. Please understand. Lust or greed is only the bomb. That is not moham. Moham means destroying yourself, the confusion. Bhagavan says, the moham, the confusion, takes away this truth. All life forms are part of you. It is being taken away from you again and again. Punah punaha. He says, get into some experience which will not take away that ultimate from you again and again. It's a very subtle subject. Please listen intensely, step by step. First, all life forms are part of me. This is the truth. Now, once you understand that, sometime you feel, yes, if you take a handful of clay, if this is clay, if I understand this clay, if I know this clay thoroughly, then I know all the clay on the planet Earth thoroughly. Please understand. If I take a handful of clay and understand it thoroughly, then I know all the clay on the planet Earth. Same way, you are life. When you know you are living, you are life, then all life forms on the planet Earth is you. It is part of you. All the clay and the clay in your hand is not too different. All the life and the life in your body is not too different. You feel, almost I am understanding, but not. I think I understand, but not. For these understandings, you need to have two things. One, the stomach, clean stomach, and the throat with ghee. If you pour little ghee in your throat, the ghee in the throat awakens subtle parts of the brain. Still in Ramakrishna Mat, morning, before the teacher starts the class, there will be a whole day classes, the Shastra classes, Patanjali and all other Shastra classes. Before entering into the class, they'll give the ghee in the spoon. You'll have to have the ghee in your throat and sit for the Shastra. I asked, why this tradition? It started by Sri Ramakrishna. It was given to Sri Ramakrishna by Totaburi. It's directly from Naga Sampradaya. The pure cow ghee made out of cow milk. You have to pour it in your throat, at least a spoon. If the ghee is in your throat and the stomach is clean, the subtle truths you will understand. If the ghee is in your throat, you won't fall asleep. Try. Try to have a spoon of ghee in early morning when you sit for satsang. You will never fall asleep. It's from Naga Sampradaya. It was given to Ramakrishna by Totaburi, and Ramakrishna has given to all his disciples. Stomach should be clean and ghee should be in the throat. Then you will catch all these subtle truths. Anyhow, Today you may not have that, but understand the truth at least. You do accept many times all life forms are part of me. I am part of the all life forms. But the problem is, when you make serious decisions in your life, this truth is forgotten. You don't make decision based on this truth. Why? The ma aham, confusion, the cognizance you take about the problem becomes more powerful than the ultimate solution you carry in your inner space. Please understand. All of you have thousands of ultimate solutions. Love, compassion, joy, part of life. I am part of life and life is part of me. All this, all of you have it. But when a problem comes, when you are expected to make decision, when you need to take cognizance about some issue, about some problem, the cognizance of the problem looks powerful in you than the cognizance of the ultimate solution, spiritual truth. I tell you, please understand, I am breaking one of the important myth. The power of problem in your inner space and the power of solution in your inner space. Ultimate solution in your inner space. If the power of ultimate solution is more, you are a Jivan Mukta. The power of problem.
So we request all the viewers, you can go to nityanandapedia.org and watch the full video to get more deeper insights onto this. Moving to the next year, the year of 2013, on this day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, in the presidential address, Nithyananda Satsang, celebrated two festivals, the birthday of Jnana Sambandha, the young saint of Madurai Adinam, and the full moon of Nithyananda's enlightenment at the age of 12. The two holy youths, Jnana Sambandha and the boy who became Nithyananda, were about the same age when they gained enlightenment. Nithyananda recounts the tale of his sudden reception of divine awareness. He saw all the creation as alive and as one. His entire surroundings, every plant, every stone, stood out in 360-degree vision, both on horizontal and vertical planes. Nithyananda describes how his practice of the four truths of the life opened the path to his experience. Moving to the year 2014, on this day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, in the presidential address, Nithyananda Satsang, spoke about the knowledge transfer mechanism and the methodology. He urged all the Adinams to start collecting books from today for their libraries, which are to be Grantha Samadhi, in which the books are worshipped with the flower offering and incense and the camphor arti. He then told about his vision of the Sravanya Pitha, where many Pandits and Swami will sit and answer all the questions from the Vedic scriptures, with this service being provided free of charge. Moving to the year of 2015, we'll catch the glimpse of this day through the Nithyananda Times Video magazine.
You reinventing yourself again and again and dropping all your older cognitions, and you continuing to reinvent yourself again and again is what I understand is you taking rebirth again and again.
Adding a point, what I feel is death doesn't just happen to you at like end of your life. It happens to you every moment when your cognition like changes from one level to another level. So what I feel is at each and every time when you do the transition with powerfulness. So what I feel is at that time, what you the experience which you get is that.
What I understand as the difference between our past, what we think as past, and the rishis' past is they're enlightened and they don't perceive they don't have this incompletion. They don't restrict the past and design it based on their incompletions, and don't like align it based on their incompletions and all. But whereas when we cognize our past itself, we create a shaft out of it, and we think, oh, my life itself was so horrible, like this, so many incompletions were there, and we'll be like feeling so powerless about it. So this is what I understand as we associating ourselves with our own past, and like the rishis past, the enlightened people's past, where they don't have any incompletions and they don't look through their incompletions.
What I feel is like we have been living the present moment also in the past, like how Swamiji explains in the Guaranteed Solutions. When we live in the present also, we only bring our past ideas and live the present. So it is as good as living the past again. So, but when in the case of rishis, they look at everything in a new way. Everything they look at is something new for them. So the past which they had is completely different because they did not get the past ideas and put it in the present and make the present moment also like the past and brood over the past which happened. But we brood over the past again and again, and we keep thinking like
means costless auspicious energy.
The most profound experience for me in this inner awakening is just experiencing total completion with myself, with others, with life. Just feeling completely at one with the flow, and like anything that comes up for me will pass, and the parts of me that aren't necessary are just fading away, making space for the radiant being that I am to shine. I would say I experienced deep completion with God, with existence. I suffered from a lot of self-doubt my whole life, just feeling like God's love for me was conditional and like I would be connected sometimes and disconnected other times. But through the Shivoham process and this inner awakening, I feel just a constant love current from God, and it's beyond words. The space he carries is just so powerful. My idea of love that I had before meeting Swamiji is so much lower than what I understand love to be now. Just being in his space has opened a whole new energy within me. It feels like the most loving, compassionate, it feels like home. I relate to him as a guru and father, mother, but it's mostly just the space that he carries. Just the feeling of being around him is beyond words. Yes, Swamiji, thank you so much. I wouldn't know who I am without you, and even now the infinite possibilities of who I am are still unknown to me, but the more I connect with you, the more I connect with me.
The completion technique itself was a great healing process for me. When Swamiji took us through the different activities of our inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. And all these processes, I could see that there was something crumbling down. The mountain, the wall that I had built about myself and others and life. I actually felt that Swamiji had, I actually don't have any words to thank Swamiji, because it was the first time I felt that somebody has introduced me to myself. It's the first time I came to know who I am and what I am. One of those things that I want to talk about is I used to have a chronic headache that would last for days.
Moving to the next year, the year of 2017, and on this day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, in the presidential address, expounded on the superconscious intensely electrocuting our existence and raising us to the frequency of its existence is Diksha. It can happen through Guru, through the deity, through even a tree, through a river, through a hill. With whoever Diksha is happened for you, that is your Ishta Devata. Diksha means superconscious electrocuting you. It will always be electrocuting. It can never be mild, 120 volt, not even 240 volt. It will always be 10,000 volt. The next year, year of 2018, on this day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam gave energy darshan to the delegates of Nitya Dhyana Yoga program, where they were initiated into Shiva Diksha. There was an intimate session with the Adinavasis of the Nithyananda Peetham at the hut where he lived. At the start of his mission, a testament to the humble beginning of the grand Avataric mission, there His Divine Holiness reminisced about the past and the items he used, the books he read, and many more exciting revelations about that time of his life. We'll catch more glimpse through the short video magazine Nithyananda Times.
Of the Bengaluru Adinam at Adi Kailash Kutir, the hut where he lived at the start of his mission, a humble testament to the start of the grand Avataric mission. He reminisced about the past and went over memorabilia found in the kutir, which were miraculously preserved and intact even after being left there by him several years ago. These precious items included the invitation to the inauguration of the Bengaluru Adinam in 2003, one of the first publications by Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a healing stick, books on civil engineering and organic farming, and a walking stick used by him at the time. These sacred items are a symbol of the hard work and micromanagement put in by Swamiji personally into taking the mission to the next level of grandeur that it is at now. From personally photographing and designing the invitation cards to studying engineering and organic farming, he has gotten on the ground and done it all. Building the boat while swimming, building the ship while in the boat, and now building the bridge while in the ship to lead humanity to the next level of breakthrough. The Adinavasis then had an engaging Jivartha Sada session with Swamiji himself about where and how the Nithyananda Peetham started, how it got to where it is now. They shared their experiences and understandings from being part of this Leela as it unfolded. It was a day of fun and laughter when the greatest lessons were taught in the most intimate and loving setting. Swamiji himself spent time listening to each and every one and giving powerful insights and cognitions to imbibe these powerful truths and align to the original context of the mission.
Moving to the next year, the year of 2020, The KAILASA Department of Information Broadcasting, in collaboration with the Sri KAILASA United Nations for Peacekeeping, aimed at eradicating violence and promoting peace, telecasted the Nithyananda Satsang on reviving Hinduism, not by revolution but by evolution through the non-violence. Earlier this year, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism vowed to revive Hinduism, not by revolution but by evolution, and setting the model communities, Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystem, and the surrounding Peethas all over the world. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worked further on raising the consciousness of the delegates by bestowing them with the Dakshinamurti Bhavasamadhi Darshan for the day. So with this, we come to the end of today's segment of Bhavasamadhi Darshan. It's time for all of us to enter into the live satsang. The Nithyananda satsang will be entering. We request all the participants to get ready to receive Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be watching the live satsang now.
Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA. Listen. The existence of the super consciousness consciously, powerfully reflecting into your conscious existence, and your conscious existence recognizing your possibilities and powers of your superconscious existence is superconscious mutation. I wanted to make it very clear. This word mutants is misunderstood all over the world, especially the Hollywood movies and TV serials. The way they project the idea mutants, that is not the way Hinduism reveals about the conscious mutation. Please understand. The Hollywood movies and TV serials, what they talk about mutants is people with extra power, but not enlightenment or the intelligence, compassion to handle the power, compassion to handle the responsibility. It is more like a unconscious mutants from the lower worlds. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. The lower worlds. That concept only is presented in Hollywood movies and TV series like a Heroes, the New Heroes TV series. All these presents almost kind of a frightening depiction about the mutants. Completely forget about that. Understand what Hindu Shastras, Hindu scriptures, Vedas and Agamas, Puranas talk about superconscious mutation. From the vertical time zone, the higher conscious beings, people who achieved superconsciousness, those beings, their superconsciousness, when that reflects in your individual conscious existence, you start manifesting great enlightenment intelligence, compassion, highest order of human values and divine qualities. With those jnana, buddhi, higher values, you start manifesting powers, extraordinary shaktis. Please understand. In India, even 200 years before, this was a lifestyle. Every village will have few Shatavadanis. Shatavadani means a person who can perform 100 acts at a time. Please understand. Great Vedic scholars in Hindu tradition developed these powers, possibilities through the superconscious mutation. Through this superconscious mutation, they could perform 100 acts at a time because all their non-mechanical parts of the brain was awakened through this superconscious mutation process. I want all of you to know elaborately our Hindu scriptures, history, books have documented. Puranas are not mythology or myth, it's a history. They have documented these superconscious mutants, people who had the superconscious mutation experience. The Panchapandavas' birth itself is a superconscious mutation. Kundi received the power to make the superconscious beings give their DNA and give birth to kids through their DNA. She brought Surya's DNA with the blessing of Surya. That superconscious mutant is Karana. Till the end, his great value, the greatest value of Surya is just giving. Giving radiance is his very nature. Anything Karna had, he just gave. The quality of giving, radiating, could never be removed from Karna because he is from the DNA of Surya, the greatest giver, Bhaskara, radiating. He gave his very life. He is the extraordinary giver. Then Kundi brought the DNA of Yamadharma Raja, Yama, who is the Lord of natural law, Dharma, and gave birth to a child in the same signs of superconscious mutation. Till the end, Dharma. Yudhishthira never violates Dharma. the way he upheld Dharma is unimaginable. It's because superconscious mutation. Then comes Bhima. It's a superconscious being, Vayu. His DNA was brought, and Vayu's very DNA, superconscious mutation has been done, and Bhima was born. The power Bhima radiated, the power of Vayu Bhagavan, the power Bhima radiated is unimaginable. Arjuna is a superconscious mutant of Indra. Then Nahula and Sahadeva, they are the superconscious mutants of Ashwini Kumaras. These great beings are all superconscious mutants. Understand, our Idihasas, Puranas elaborately document these superconscious mutation and the signs of superconscious mutation. There's an elaborate description of the 7 enlightenment cities, Kashi, Kanchi, Madhura, all these 7, Mayapuri, all these 7 enlightenment cities each having the population of 10,000 Sahasravatanis, 1 lakh Shadavatanis. Sahasravatani means who can perform 1,000 action at a time. Sadavadani means who can perform 100 action at a time. Please understand, what I am talking is not story. Even as recently as now, there are documentation in Mohal's court where they start awarding Shatavadanis. They start giving awards to Shadavadanis. There are documentation. In front of the court, people performed this 100 acts at a time. Forget all of that. Even now, in Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins community, they are keeping this tradition of avatanis alive. The living stream is not dead. It is there still. It's there. Shodasavadanis, Ashtavadanis, still the tradition is there. In Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins tradition, and even the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled in the banks of Kaveri, in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. All the 3, Godavari, Karnataka, Kaveri in Karnataka, Kaveri in the Tamil Nadu. In all 3 places, the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled are still keeping these Avadani traditions alive. Actually, there's an elaborate description how these rivers were energized with the superconscious energy for these Avadani traditions to be kept alive. The Ganga was used for Sahasravatana, Sahasravatanis, people who can perform 1,000 acts. They settled in Kashmir and Kashi. Then the next level, people who can perform little less than 1,000, but around 900. They settled in Yamuna. And you need to know, after the Ganga and Yamuna, people who can perform above 500, but less than 900. That group settled near Godavari. That is why when we describe the rivers and worship, Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati. Saraswati does not come third. Godavari comes third. Then comes Saraswati. Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati Narmade Sindhu Kaveri. It was different settlement of different avadanis. There's an elaborate description of how these avadanis are trained and how this science was kept alive. Avadani's training is one of the aspects of superconscious mutation. More than avadanis, another important aspect of superconscious mutation is ability to use the astras. Ability to use the different organs, senses. Listen. Ability to use different organs and senses. That superconscious mutation is avadanis. You will have an extraordinary capacity to smell, think, write poetry, recollect the numbers, names uttered, means the Jnanendriya, Karmendriya, Manas, Chitta, Buddhi, memory, everything will be fully active, alive, intensely, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. That is what is the definition of being an avatani. All your Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas. Jnanendriya means the organs in your system which receives information and processes. Karmendriya means organs in your system which performs actions. Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs who are responsible for Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be fully active and alive. Sorry for using too many Sanskrit terms. I'll try to translate every Sanskrit term I'm using and give English meaning. The knowledge receptors and action performers, these two organs, for example, the tongue, when it tastes, it is called Jnanendriya. When it speaks, it is called Karmendriya. Same tongue, when it performs the action of receiving the taste and processing that information, it's called Jnanendriya. The same tongue, when it performs the action of talking, it's called Karmendriya. Like that, the Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs which are responsible for these Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be active. For example, liver. Only if your liver is absolutely detoxed and fully active, you will have a deep ability to coordinate all the actions. Please understand, coordination of all the actions needs not just the support of the brain, it needs the support of your liver. Because your liver is responsible for all your internal organs functioning smoothly. So, the Avadani has to keep his whole body detoxed. If you are an Avadani, you will automatically keep your body detoxed. Only if you are detoxed, you will be able to be an Avadani. Keeping all your karmendriyas, jnanendriyas and internal organs active, alive, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically, in a synced way is called Avadana. I myself have seen an Avadani who can smell, listen to the music, taste some of the food items, and hear the numbers, flower names, various other names being uttered, and see the scenes in front of him, which is constantly changed, various paintings, mix all this and sing poetry without missing the order. He can see everything, listen everything, and during this whole process, somebody will be touching his back with peacock feather at various points. He will narrate this whole thing in a poetic way without missing the order. This multiple performance Avadanis is one aspect of superconscious mutation. Then the next, using Shastras. That is what now I am making Suvignana master. See, in Shankara's history, if you see Adi Shankara's history, two of his disciples never studied anything. Totakacharya, Bhatmapada. They just served him. Just by superconscious mutation, he made both of them Shastravadanis. Shastravadanis, like Sahasra Avadanis on Shastra. Sahasra Avadanis means they can perform 1,000 actions at a time. Shastra centered. He made both of them Sarvanyas. What Mandana Mishra did through the self-effort, his whole life, Adi Shankara gave it through superconscious mutation to Todaka and Bhatmapada Acharyas, just like that. Sarvanyatva can be transmitted through the initiation. And Sahasravadana of Shastras can be transmitted just like that. Adi Shankara has demonstrated it. Then Sahasravadanis of Shastras. How do you think Drona, could transmit this whole science to all the students in short period, especially the capacities of Arjuna, Bhima. If you see all their capacities, unimaginable capacities cannot come by training. It is only the science of superconscious mutation. Just within 7 years, Karna receives everything including Brahmastram from Parasurama. How? It's impossible by training, but only through the superconscious mutation. Understand, superconscious mutation is a science. There are 25 branches of Sahasravatana, performing 1,000 actions at a time centered on organs. This tradition is kept alive in the Telugu Brahmins community who settled in the banks of Godavari and Kaveri. Understand what I am saying? Even now, there is a living stream, at least few people. We have Shodasavadanis, means who can perform 16 actions at a time. I want to tell you, put this on record, how the invaders of India destroyed this Avadani tradition. They understood these Avadanis are the powerful people keeping this Hindu tradition alive. So these invaders started rewarding the Avadanis. Everyone thought, why will award and reward Avadanis? Hindus. Because all these Hindu Avadanis have started coming out openly, publicly to receive the award and reward. They collected everyone and finished them off once for all. That is the way the living stream of the Avadanis were destroyed by the invaders. Understand? But one good news I have for you, all of you, is fortunately, this Avadani, the superconscious mutation, is done in the DNA level. If the Telugu Brahmin DNA is available, Telugu Brahmin kids are available, that is enough. I can reinitiate them, revive the whole Avadani tradition, which is what I am doing through our Gurukul. This is the good news we have. The Gotra of Avadanis, the Telugu Brahmins who carry this Avadanis DNA, if the child is initiated, into power manifestation, immediately he reclaims, his DNA is awakened, and the whole Avadana powers starts manifesting. The superconscious mutation starts happening. Shrikant Iyer is sending a message. His family also, there are Avadanis. Shrikant Iyer, you are a Tamil Brahmin. That is not called Avadanis. That is a different science. It is yogic powers. Please understand. The Telugu Brahmins kept the Avadana tradition alive. Tamil Brahmins kept the Mantra Shastra alive. The Avadanis which you are talking, Shrikant Iyer, your family, you are actually Tamil Brahmin, means the Tanjavur Brahmins, Tambras family. Hope I am right. And people who carry that Iyer title, that DNA, your Avadanatva is manifested through Mantra Shastra. Fundamentally, the Tamil Brahmins Avadana tradition, that superconscious mutation is Shastra centered. The Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition is organ centered. Karmendriya, Jnanendriya centered power is the Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition. The Tamil Brahmins, see, I don't want to create any conflict or community fight here. I am just putting all these things in record. Whatever I saw in the Akashic records and Shastras and the traditions and books, I am putting it on record. The Tamil Brahmins have the Sahasravatana capacity, Shastra centered. Once the Tamil Brahmin boy or a girl goes through a superconscious mutation, he can perform Avadana on any Shastras. On any Shastras. The Shastra-centric Avadana performance, Sahasravadana performance, science was kept alive, focused by Tamil Brahmins. Please understand, it's not that Tamil Brahmins never studied the Avadana tradition of Telugu Brahmins, but each of them took up one branch and kept it alive. And Shastra-centered Avadana tradition, Shastra means weapon, Shastra, Astra-centered Avadana tradition was kept alive by Parasurama's Gotra in UP. The whole UP area, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, in that area, the Parasurama's Gotra is still alive. They have that Sahasravadana tradition centered on Shastras and Astras. Still, I have seen one Brahmin sadhu who can pick up a grass and chant a mantra and throw that grass, it will catch fire by itself and go and fall some 20-30 kilometers away and blast. I have seen a sadhu who can perform this Avadana. Please understand, the organ-centric superconscious mutation Avadani tradition was kept alive in Telugu Brahmin stream. Shastra-centric, mantra-centric, Sahasravadana tradition was kept alive by Tamil Brahmins, and Astra-Shastra, weapon-centric Avadana was kept alive by the Parashurama's Gotra in UP and Uttarakhand, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and UP, the UP, Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. And Ramesh Ramani is sending a message that they are Telugu Brahmins, and one of his great-grandmother has written the Ramayana on wall. Oh God. Actually, these are living what to say that, living documentations. And I'm getting so many messages. And Nitya Ramani is saying that Isha and Keshava are half Telugu Brahmins. Can they be initiated, Swamiji? Please understand, for the superconscious mutation, they have to be in a Gurukul. And Nitya Ramani, if you want 2 kids for the family, keep Isha and Keshav. Now plan to give birth to more kids. And you are young, you are not old. You are young, you can. Give birth at least 2 to 3 kids more. Send them to Gurukul because it needs a full attention for their DNA to fully manifest. Mainly the ecosystem. Ecosystem where they continue every day, they have to manifest powers. Their food. You need to understand, Nitya Ramani, because you asked, I am telling you, the lifestyle and the kind of words people utter around, all that plays a major role when a child flowers into Avadani. The fear and greed, everything should be centered on power manifestation, not on money manifestation. See, it is not that our Gurukul kids don't have fear or don't have greed, but it is all centered on power manifestation. They get greedy to manifest more powers. They get fear if they don't manifest powers. But it is not centered on money. Oh, will I get a job? Will I get this certificate? Will I get that? So understand, the whole life has to be focused on power manifestation and becoming Avadanis. The real reason why I am so focused on Gurukul is my work is not just writing some 1,000 books, giving 1,000 satsangs. My work is superconscious mutation. Making thousands and thousands of Avadanis, power manifestors, demonstrably. Please understand one more thing. I want to put this whole thing on record. Good news is, this whole science is recorded inside the DNA. So as long as the last Brahmin is alive, this science cannot be destroyed, cannot be eliminated. That's the good news. The great news is, Paramashiva has empowered me. He has given me the power to revive, awaken, and do the superconscious mutation. And revive that power of Sahasravadani. So Nitya Ramani, first thing, you are young, you are not old. Both of you are young. You can plan for at least 2 or 3 more kids and send them to Gurukul after the age of 7. This will be equivalent to giving $1 billion to Hindu society. Understand? When you give one child to Gurukul and when he starts manifesting powers, a tradition is revived. Not just one person. A tradition is revived. I always tell people, When one Hindu woman is taken away, it is not that we lose one woman, yet whole lineage is lost. Same way, if the one child, Brahmin child, or one Brahmin girl starts manifesting this avatana powers, it is not that one girl or one boy is manifesting. The whole gotra, the whole order, the tradition, the heritage, that whole lineage is revived. The kids who are staying in their home with parents, I can initiate them, give them few powers. But becoming like a Sahasravatani, you need the ecosystem where the kids manifest these powers intensely. I wanted to tell all of you who put the message now, Ramesh Ramani, Nithya Ramani, Shrikant Iyer, all of you, take this very seriously. One child from the Brahmin tradition, Brahmin DNA, please understand, I am not a casteist person. All of you should know, I myself is not a Brahmin DNA. I am from Adishaiva Velalar community. So you should know that I am not a casteist person, and I talk so much about social justice, and I work for the social justice. Here I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. I am not talking about the social community structure. I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. So understand, if one Brahmin child becomes part of the Gurukul and he starts manifesting powers and Sarvanyatva, and he starts manifesting this Avadanitva, not just the one child, the whole lineage is revived. Hindus need to realize, last 300 years, heavy persecution, huge effort was put to destroy this Avadani science, the superconscious mutation science, because this is the core of Hinduism. Core of Hinduism is not just in Shastras, not just in temples. All that is great. Keeping it alive, all that is container. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Understand, I am not disrespecting Shastras or the temples. No way. But all I am telling you is, Shastras and temples are all containers. See, when invaders invaded India, they burnt libraries, whole thing. Some of our libraries was burning for 2 years. Around 20 million books, manuscripts have been burnt. But the whole thing was rewritten within next 10 years by just 10 Brahmins sitting in a remote forest, because in their DNA the whole thing is programmed, and in their memory the whole thing is there. They just sit and go on writing. Patanjali himself says, I took my 1,000-headed Patanjali Adisesha farm and wrote this whole Mahabhashya. It means he became the Sahasravatani, the 1,000 independent, intelligent brain tracts, he activated it. And all the whole 1000 track revealed all the 1000 branches of the knowledge. Patanjali is the Tamil Brahmin who is a Sahasravatani, mantra, Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. Is the Tanjore Brahmin. Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. He reveals the whole Mahabhashya. So if you just have one Patanjali, even if 1000 libraries are burnt, no problem. They will repeat it and rewrite it, pen the whole thing down in next 10 years. That is the way, even though millions of temples are destroyed and the libraries got burned, we immediately came back. We immediately revived the whole thing in next generation, within next generation. Now is the time to revive not just the Avadani science of organ-centric, mantra-centric, Shastra and Shastra-centric, all the 25 branches of Avadani tradition. Sahasravatana in all 25 branches, the mantra, power manifestation. Power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana is one of the science branches. We can create kids who can perform 1000 power manifestation at a time. Sahasravatana at a time. I can talk about all these things. With Paramashiva's grace, I have a right to talk about all these things because I already demonstrated many things which I am talking. The understand? The organ-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is this remote vision, ability to read blindfolded, and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is that any book, without opening the eyes, the kids can just tell what is there in which page. Already Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. Sarvanyatva. Not just Nithyananda. Many kids along with Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. And Astra-centric. Astra-Shastra-centric. Sahasravatana. This comes under this materialization. Many other power manifestations come under this Astra and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. You can receive anything you want and send anything you want. Many of these powers, these Avadana traditions, these sciences I have demonstrated. Now, through a large-scale Gurukul, I'll be taking this whole science to the whole world. See, the good news I have for all of you is, with the grace of Paramashiva, we demonstrated it is possible. We already revived the foolproof. The methodology is success, end to end, the quality control passed. That is done. Now we will have to make it available to the whole world by making large numbers, like 10,000 balasans, 10,000 female sannyasinis, 10,000 rudraganyas, manifesting these different Avadana traditions. That is what we have to do, and that is what I am doing. That is what I am focused, and I know what all the dangers and attacks possible, what all the persecution, dangers and attacks possible. I am first doing all the protection needed to protect once I start doing this work. So understand, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will do it, and he is doing it. He is really doing it. He is doing great work in large scale. Great work in large scale. I am just creating the infrastructure needed to host these thousands of kids, thousands of Gurukul Balasans, thousands of sannyasis, Rudraganyas, Apat sannyasis, who will work on the superconscious mutation, start manifesting these powers. I'm just working. So understand, by the time I evolve these infrastructures, all of you who put the message, Shrikant, Nithyaramani, Ramesh Ramani, all of you, you guys plan for getting more and more Brahmin kids. Your very DNA which you want to revive. Start working. If you feel, oh, it is little late for me, Swamiji, especially Ramesh Ramani may say, I think Swamiji, it is little late for me. But no problem. You have daughters, you have sons and daughters. You tell your daughters to give birth. Let the next generation. See, if possible, you give birth. If not, your sons and your daughters. Ask them. If you want to 2 child for your family, have 2 for you, and give few more kids birth to at least 2-3 more, and let that child go and be part of the Gurukul and revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I tell you, sending a child to the Gurukul will be equivalent to donating $1 billion to Hindu society. Because even if you give $1 billion, what will I do? I have to find a living DNA, kids, who will go through the superconscious mutation process and manifest this to the world. I can do all the Sahasravatana, but one person doing, maybe it will bring glory to me, but I am interested in bringing the glory to the whole Hindu tradition, not just me. I am interested in reviving this whole tradition where 10,000 kids perform the superconscious mutation process of Sahasravatana. I want all the Brahmins to know, especially if you are from a family where alcohol and non-veg is not a lifestyle, where still you keep the Brahminical traditions alive, you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA which can revive Hinduism. So I request the Brahmins, especially still who are living the Brahminical lifestyle of no non-veg, no alcohol, that lifestyle. You all need to know you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA, and your kids not only can be the greatest gift for reviving Hinduism, they can be greatest gift for the whole humanity. Sonali Gupta is asking, what was the Kashmir Avatani tradition? Kashmir Avatani tradition was power manifestation science. On power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. If you see the whole Kashmiri Shaivite tradition, it was all about the power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. They were able to manifest 1,000 powers at a time. Sahasravatana on Shakti Avishkarana tradition. See, a university, Hindu university, this is the way it existed. Fortunately, I could get the blueprint of at least 12 universities that existed. Tarukavanam. Tarukavanam is one of the greatest Hindu university where the rewriting of all the Puranas happened. The Tarukavana rishis. And then the Kadambavanam. Kadambavanam is around the Madurai. There was a university. Madurai was called Kadambavanam, and around the Madurai, one university. And Vedaranyam, forest of Vedas in Tamil Nadu, Vedaranyam, and Kanchi. Like that, different universities' blueprints I got. Fortunately, Paramashiva gave access to me. In that, I saw all these universities had 25 branches of Sahasravatanis. People who can perform 1,000 actions spontaneously, simultaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation, either centered on organs, or centered on Shastras, scriptures, or centered on Shakti Avishkarana, power manifestation, or centered on Astra Shastra Vidyas. Like these 25 branches, the metallurgy and arts, the whole Vishwakarma Sampradaya. Understand, we had Vishwakarmas who can perform 1,000 acts at a time on the science of sacred arts. Vishwakarmas are called Vishwakarma Brahmins. You should know that. They are Brahmin DNA. That was one of the branch in the 25 branches of the university. With Paramashiva's grace, we will revive all the 25 branches. Sahasravatanis in each branch. At least few thousand kids, so that it is kept alive forever in the future. I have already demonstrated the grace of Paramashiva, the science Paramashiva gave to me is working. I have already demonstrated. Now I just needed to scale it up. And I also realized what all the external attacks and internal attacks possible. When I scale it up, based on that, I am creating an infrastructure where once we start doing it, we will not need to waste our time in defending ourselves from the external attacks and internal attacks. We have a complete foolproof system where there is no attacks. We are absolutely safe. With the grace of Paramashiva, he has already given us that kind of a legal, political structure. Now we are just making infrastructure. And this is what is the real revival of enlightened civilization. Conscious civilization. And I know now what I said, what I focused, and what I delivered is too much even to grasp. These Avadani traditions which I described, 4 different Avadani traditions. Organ-centered, mantra-centered, Shastra-Astra-centered, sacred arts-centered. Just understanding these 4 itself, you need to watch this satsang at least for 10 days. And you should first of all understand Avadani. You should see few Avadanis. Only then you will understand what is this Avadani tradition. Only if you see my Gurukul Balasans manifesting some 10-12 powers, you will understand this power manifestation is possible. Till then you can never understand. You may think, no, it is not possible. It is all just humbug. You can go on. But only if you see, check for yourself, foolproof, you will understand, wow, it is all true. Same way, only if you see few Avadanis, you will understand. The Avadani tradition is possible. And understand all these various Avadani traditions. Totally 25 different Avadani traditions existed in Hinduism, documented as the documents I could see. Whatever documents I could see, I saw these 25 traditions. So, I am going to revive this 25, and Paramashiva has blessed me with the knowledge, ability, energy, Kundalini Shakti to perform the superconscious mutation for all these 25 traditions. In these 25 traditions, each one represents one face of Paramashiva. One face of Paramashiva represents one Avadani tradition. Avadani is a person who can perform multiple acts simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation happened in him. It can be in the field of organs. It can be in the field of Shastra scriptures. It can be in the field of power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. It can be in the field of Stapatya Veda, sacred arts. Stapatya Veda. It can be in the field of food and medicine, Ayurveda, Ayush Veda. Food and medicine both are considered as the same branch in Hindu tradition. Food and medicine was not separate. It was one and the same in Hindu tradition. And all these 25 branches, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will be reviving through the superconscious mutation process. Paramashiva himself is here to do this work, to do this job. all the major Hindu universities we had, Naimisharanya, Tarukavana, Katambavana, Vedaranya, all these were the great universities which had all these 25 traditions, 25 Sarvanya Pitas. Understand? Temples, monasteries, gurukuls, libraries, all of them are containers. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Especially if you are from a Brahmin community who's still living the Brahminical traditional lifestyle of no non-veg and no alcohol. Actually, if you don't do Gayatri, if you don't do Sandhya Vandanam, if you don't do Agnihotra Mandala also is okay. I'm not saying don't do. Even if you have not performed all of that is also okay, because that can be just revived. But the non-veg and alcohol and drugs directly affects the very DNA structure. The capacity of the DNA is lost if you allow non-veg and alcohol and drugs. If you have kept non-veg, alcohol, drugs away and lived the Brahminical lifestyle, if you just keep these three away, that Brahminical lifestyle will be more than enough. You are still carrying a powerful DNA which can be a great blessing not only for Hindus, for the whole world. Because if you give one child, for example, Paramesha, Sri Advaita and Mahadvaita gave Paramesha and Tattva to Gurukul. Especially Paramesha, the way he started manifesting powers when he was a kid. It is not that now he is only one sannyasi or one kid, one balasant manifesting powers. He is going to revive, inspire a lineage. I am giving an example. If he becomes a Pitadipati, once fully able to perform Sahasravatana, 1000 actions, he can easily perform 50 at least right now. 50 power manifestation he can perform right now, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. I just need to support him with the ecosystem, and it will be just hardly 2-3 years work for him to become 1000 Sahasravatani in power manifestation, in Shakti Avishkarana. Because he's a Tamil Brahmin, the Tanjavur Brahmin DNA, he will be naturally centered on mantra, the Shastra, scripture centric Sahasravatani, that he will naturally manifest with the power manifestation. Because power manifestation directly I am giving. So you will be able to do both, like a power manifestation Sahasravatana and mantra, Shastra manifestation Sahasravatana. Both you will be able to easily perform. So when he does that, if he becomes a Pitadipati, a sannyasi, he will be inspiring millions of the next generation to become sannyasis and take this science forward. If he decides to become Grihastha, when he grows up and if he decides he wants to get married, at least his whole family and the lineage, that Karuvali Parambarai, will start carrying the same awakened superconscious mutation DNA. Anyway, he will be blessing for the world. If he takes up Grihastha, he will be making few kids manifesting. If he becomes sannyasi, he will be making few thousand kids manifesting this Sahasravatana. That's all. Understand? What I am talking is a clear Paramashiva's blueprint. He will do it. He is doing it. He is doing it. I tell you, the real work is all about superconscious mutation. Actually, when Paramesha had a fracture in the hand, it is because of my fear for Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I sent him to hospital. If there was no interference of Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I would not have sent him to hospital. Because I know how to heal it simply, just by the superconscious mutation. But Madhvait is terrorized. What can I do? I have to be legally right as per the Indian law. So I said, all right, take him to hospital and do what need to be done. I only consciously supported him. If I did not have Madhvait, Rishiyadvait's interference, all it would have taken for me is 10 minutes to remove the pain, next 10 minutes to make the bone set. And after half an hour, I'll tell them, hey, now take the X-ray and show that it's all clear. The X-ray will prove he's all right, it's all clear. That's it. No question of any other things needed. Because this Avadana tradition, when the superconscious mutation starts happening inside a child, he gets the power to manifest the body as he wants. Paramesha did not have pain when he had a fracture, his connection with me. But he has to be sent to hospital for medical attention is because of Mahadvait and Rishiyadvait's fears. Middle class Hindus, what to do? For last 5-6 generations, even they do not know that this kind of avadana is possible, and even they have not seen their parents or great-grandparents manifesting these powers. At least 3-4 generations it is gone. So they are all jittery, shaky, middle-class Hindus. Always they want to have a plan B, that fallback. And it is not their mistake. That is the way now, because for so many generations you did not see all this is possible. Forget about Mahadvait, Rishiyadvait, Paramesha getting medically treated. When I had the fracture, not only I did not have pain, but finally, no hospital was ready to do the surgery without anesthesia. I am telling, hey, I am an adult. I will write and give you that I don't want anesthesia. You perform the surgery directly. Actually, I did not even want to go to the allopathy hospital. I want to go to the Puttur. In Tamil Nadu, there is a place called, sorry, not Tamil Nadu, Andhra. There is a place called Puttur, Nagari Puttur, where the Sahasravadanis of medical field, in that one branch is still alive. Any kind of fracture, they will cure it without any surgery in 10 days. From all over the world, people come there. I want to go there actually. But these guys were constantly, these doctors, no, we cannot discharge you from the hospital and it has to be done within next few hours. All these big mess, and I thought, oh God, even I have to be legally obedient. Obey legally. Even I cannot go through the surgery without anesthesia. That was. But what to do? When you are in a country, you have to go through their legal system. Actually, the moment I had the fracture, I told my disciples, hey, drive to Nagariputtur directly. Don't go to Bangalore. But somehow these fellows said, no, Swamiji, let's first take the X-ray and know where the fracture is exactly and take it to the Nagariputtur so that they will repair it. We will go to hospital only for diagnosis, but treatment we will go to Nagariputtur. But once you enter the hospital, they say, no, we can't discharge you. You are a VIP. And the hospital will get the bad name if we send you out. Then I said, all right, perform at least surgery without anesthesia. But the law is law. They said, no, it's a law of the land. They have to first of all report to police, and they have to report to government because a VIP having a hand fracture, and they are answerable to any of the repercussions or outcomes. Anyhow, but I tell you, only when I demonstrate the powers of the superconscious mutation, world will realize the greatest gift Hindus are having, which need to be shared with the whole world. This will be the greatest gift Hindus will be giving to the whole world. I'll continue with my initiations into superconscious mutation in the further sessions. Today I wanted to reveal the blueprint, Paramashiva's blueprint. In the further satsangs, I'll give you detailed initiations. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramadvaitam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.